All right. Getting ready. New haircut, new me. That's what they tell me. And I believe them. I've got no reason to think they're lying. Okay. I'm doing a thing, everybody. I'm making a tweet. Tweet, tweet, tweet. Little birdie goes tweet, tweet, tweet. I kind of feel dumb that I'm doing that. For real. Eh. Do you ever realize you're on camera and wonder, why am I doing this? Most people don't. Because most people aren't on camera. Therefore, they're not wondering why they're doing it. Okay. All right. Oh, and look at that. Look at the time. Look at the time. I was going to skip ahead, but there's no need to skip ahead because the time is the time to get started. And so we will start. Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back. Who do we have with us today? David, are you there? 10. Is that you? And anybody else? Hello? So, add shell completions. That's one of the things we're going to work on. First, I'm going to finish up from last time. There's two things that I noticed that I need to do from last time for finishing up making sure that the shells are initialized and that the environment variables and functions and aliases, etc., only load once. But for what we're going to be doing today, essentially you're going to be able to run a Webi init option, and then it is going to insert itself into the appropriate shell config file and then give completions, which is actually kind of cool. So you'll be able to type Webi and hit tab and then have it show you what's available to install, which is kind of neat. So that's the main goal, but I am going to first make sure that this all is working. We've had some back and forth. There was two things that I noticed. Let me just go ahead and dig right into it. Wait, but first, let's have a little wake-up juice. So here's our cup and our good friend Mr. Mountain Dew. And what does he have to say? He says open focus. And so we shall. Let us open the focus, and let us pour the focus into our own cup. And as the focus filleth up, let us sippeth of its great majesty. Alright, and... oh, Siri's letting me know that I have no events today. My day is clear. That should be every day. Oh, yeah. So this is a new cup, by the way. Yesterday I got the Jolly L from Swig, which is Mountain Dew and orange juice, and I don't remember what the other flavor is, but Mountain Dew and orange juice is a good deal. I used to do that on the regular. And I had orange in it too. I think it wasn't just orange juice. I think it was squeezed oranges, which is completely different. Because we sell round oranges for the way they look, not the way they taste. But we sell orange juice mostly for the way it tastes, it seems. All right. So we've got this load only once, but there was something I wanted to sneak in here, which was actually a fix, first of all, for Webi Essentials. I noticed that on Mac OS, when we install Rosetta, we don't actually echo out that we are installing Rosetta. So I want to fix that, because we should do that. We should always spit out what we're going to do before we do it. So, why are we doing it like this? This one doesn't make any sense to do it that way anymore. So let's go ahead and just get this to be the thing that we do. Rather than having a redirect variable for it. It is nice to make sure that they both change in tandem. I'll hand it. Yeah, maybe we'll just leave it for whatever reason is. Because then we know if one changes, the other changes. We're not printing something different than what we're doing. So I'll leave it. Anyway. So I have command install Rosetta equals, and then we'll just give it this thing. And then we will place that down here. Whoops. And then we'll also show that that's what we're running. So that's just a fix. Something went wrong there. Oh, I see what it was. Double $sign. Okay. So if I do a get diff on that, yeah, that's good. Fix Webi Essentials. We could call this doc, I suppose. Fix doc, whatever. Fix. Show command before running it. I think what we need is to have a function that we put before any command. I have to see how variadic arguments work from the shell. I think if we do the $@, there's $@ something else. I don't remember what it was. $*? I think it's $*. Anyway, one is the array and the other one is the... Alright, this is what we should do. Let me check this out real quick. We're going to do a little test. CMD. Command. Alright, this is what we're going to test. We need something that has multiple components to it. So how about this? We'll do printf. Because printf is actually a really good test of this. And we'll pass it... I think we have to do it this way. Oh, we can't do it like that. Alright, so if we run this, temp command, well, first we'd have to chmod it. Okay, now we're going to run temp command, and then we're going to give it a format string with spaces. Hello, %s, exclamation, I love %. All right. So then we should be able to give this macaroni pizza and shoehorns. And then if we give it /n at the end, we actually should get oh, that's interesting. I'm not sure what to make of that. I think what we need is like that escape sequence thing, Mabob. Hold on. We can do this. We can figure this one out. T-Warn. Fine! Just want to make sure that it's getting all the things correctly. Oh. Something didn't quite work out there. \E. \E. Alright, I think this is working. I think that's the main thing we're discovering. Is that it is working. Okay, so apparently printf just repeats the template string if you exceed the madoodles. Alright, I'm gonna try one other thing to make sure that I've cemented in that this is happening the way that I think that it's happening. There we go. So to me, this tells us that we're on the right track, and we should even know more so because if I add something here, like that, and then let's make that dim and I don't know, some other color. This should just give us the raw printout. Yeah, there we go. That's exactly what I was expecting. Okay, cool. Yeah, so that's what we should do. What we should do is we should have a command, and I'm just gonna model this out somewhere. But we should have a function. And then we should be able to do basically this. Echo running. T command $$ star. And then F and run. Like that. I'd be able to do F and run. Xcode, select, install. Just like that. Oh, that wouldn't quite work, because then we got to deal with the whole error when there's an error, when there's not an error kind of thing. All right, so let's get rid of that. I don't think that idea is going to work out in practice because of the variances and whether we need to print a standard error, standard out, and that kind of thing. The first sip of nectar of the morning. Fix is a strong word. It's not broken. It just doesn't show the thing it should show. I mean, fix is the correct word. I just hesitate to use it because then when you see a bunch of fixes, fix, it looks like a lot of stuff was broken, but it wasn't broken. It just wasn't optimal. It worked. It did the thing. I'm going to reword this. Okay, now let's look at... Okay, we just had debug stuff in there. Oh, whoops. Okay. When I look at this one, okay. How do you spell absent? Is that it? Yes, okay. Some of those words with like the S's and the C's, and I wasn't absent enough when I was at school because I was a loser. I didn't skip class until college. My head was full of lies, and I believed that... Yeah, we won't go into it. Kids are watching. They need to believe the lies their parents tell them. And teachers. Alright, detect current log... even RC files out. Okay. So, I kind of want... Let's see. I kind of want to just drop that. Commit. Let's see what happens if we just drop it. Yeah. Okay, so with that all done, muting. Let's see here. Oh, there's one other thing I wanted to check, which is, well, we don't need to tell if the current shell is fish. So we can tell if the current shell is bash. We can tell if the current shell is ZSH. So if the current shell is bash, then the variable bash will be defined. If the current shell is ZSH, then the variable ZSH will be defined. And we've got nothing if it's ash or dash or sh. There's no way to know that is the present shell. And actually these may not work either. Because again, when we do our temp those probably won't work. Because they're not exported. So we'll see. Wait, that's not... What was I just... Oh, blah. I called it blah, of course. Yeah. So it's not actually gonna work. So I should get rid of that because it's not... Yeah, it's not gonna make a difference. So let's never mind that one. To be clear, what shell am I in right now? I'm in fish, right? Oh, I'm in fish. Wow. Maybe that explains it. But if I were in bash and I ran blah, I get nothing. If I were to go to ZSH, yeah, nothing. So this does nothing. So we're just going to remove that because it's not helpful. Note, the variables bash, ZSH name, etc. won't work because it's not the active shell. Okay. And then we'll get on to the completion soon enough. But force is wrong. So we can just get rid of it. Okay. And that does nothing because the previous one wasn't detecting anything anyway. That said, I'm going to close out my Mac OS VM here. And I'm going to let's see, clone a new one. All right, delete that. Okay, so I've got a Mac OS VM that's booting up over on the other screen, and I'm just going to test that it inserts the proper shell stuff for ZSH and maybe Bash. We'll see. It should not insert anything for Bash because Bash is not being used. So I'm going to open it up for terminal, and then I'm going to see. So I'm just going to do curl https next.webinstall webinstall.dev/ pipe to sh. So this should still do the init because it's at least going to add one thing to the path. And what I see is edit ZSH to source blah blah blah. Okay, great. Now I'm going to do the same thing in Bash. So I'm going to open up Bash. And I'm going to do the same thing. And what I'm expecting to happen is that it will also add Bash. Let's see, what did I find here? No, it didn't. And I know the reason for this, because it can't detect that Bash is the parent process. And there is no Bash history. So if I close Bash and then I open it again, now there would be Bash. Now there's be a Bash history. And so now, yes, now it edits the Bash RC. So is there a way to tell that Bash is the currently running shell? I don't know. There's the Bash RC, there's the Bash history, I think this is good enough. So basically, if you're in Bash and you have no Bash RC and no .profile, and you have never run any commands before, so if the first thing that you've ever done on your system is run Webi in Bash, and there's no artifacts from Bash, like Bash RC, then it won't update the Bash RC, which is fine. That's actually okay. Okay. So we're also going to do edit path. To okay. Oh, good. We found a bug here, too. Oh, no, we didn't. T-path. T... command. All right, so that... Okay, that should go there. And then I should be able to go into a Linux box and... let's try AJ11. Oh, is it still root? So we're going to get rid of the ash history for this user. I'll log in again, and we're going to run and I suspect... Oh, okay, so fish is installed, so it did that great. That's kind of weird that it would do that twice. Print this out twice. Alright, something might be wrong there. Okay, so something went wrong. Okay, good. Good thing we tested on fish here, because something definitely went wrong. Let me make sure that it went right over on Mac OS. Alright, opening the terminal. Big env man. Load.sh. Looks perfect, as I would expect it to be. I don't see any issues whatsoever. It does look perfect. Okay. And then let me also look at bash RC. That also, it looks like it could actually be better. And ZSH RC. Okay, same. So there is something that could be better about these, which is that rather than quote them, we could just use the tilde in both instances. Technically speaking, actually, this is correct POSIX. So I'll leave that alone. Now fish, on the other hand, we know that we don't have to be POSIX compatible. But if we're doing dot profile, technically we should do the home madoodle. So we could do this. All right, we got a number of problems that are popping up here. Okay, I see we have a number of problems. So we have an FN init fish. We have load fish. We have, okay, so make the fish directory, .config fish, deal. Make the config file, if it's not there, deal. Look for the fish loader, deal. And then our problemo, and I need to check this in other places too, is that this should actually be a double, not a single. And this absolutely should be a tilde here. And we do not need those quotes. Okay, got it. Okay, good. So go into this user. It's a fresh user. Next.webinstall.dev. Apparently we found .profile. All right, so if I run fish, all right, bug discovered, bug fixed. Interesting. Why does it edit .profile? Maybe it's because when the user logs in, it creates a .profile. That might be a result of just first login. Anyway. All right, Webi works. All right, let's log back in here. Okay, so that worked. Maybe we can get FD-A. FD-A. FD help. I'm going to tell it show all. Unrestricted. Okay. All right. Oh, what's up, everybody? How's it going? Hey. So what I'm working on is two things. I'm kind of doing a precursor thing right now, but I'm going to be working on command line completions. There's already a PR for it. I can kind of go over a little bit how it works. Basically, you just provide a file and you give a command for the various shells to read in the file as the possibilities, and the magic happens in the shell. What I'm doing right now is working on making sure that some changes to how path is loaded or environment variables are loaded is working in Bash and ZSH and Fish and the POSIX shell as well. So that's what I'm working on right now. This is webinstall.dev. So if you haven't been using webinstall.dev, I invite you to do so. I'm that dude. I'm the guy that is the primary maintainer. There's a couple other guys that I work with on it, but I'm the one that does the majority of the work. And it's just install DevTools quickly. That's the long and the short of it. So if you want to, say install Node, or even if you want to install Brew, this installs Brew better This installs brew according to their documentation rather than the way that they do it for legacy reasons. Because in their documentation, they show you how to have a conflict-free version of brew, but they say that they don't support it for legacy reasons. I've never had any problem with it, but yeah. Anyway, just all the good stuff, JQ, whatever. You just curl to install. Okay, so why are some of these showing up in different colors? Well, I don't know. It doesn't matter. Okay, so I'm going to go back. So one thing I wanted to check out is dot profile created by virtue of logging in? Oh, Ash history is created by virtue of logging in. Okay. I wonder, let's see if we can do this even better. Hold on. Let's remove that. Oh, remove this way. So we're going to remove everything. So I'm just going to log in and then get out and then see, did this create anything? No. Okay, so I have to run at least one command, but the very first command I run creates the file, so it's all good. Okay, cool. So this actually works as well as I could have hoped. And I don't think that I think we fixed the one little bug there. Let's go ahead and drop down into fish on this one. Next.webinstall.dev. This is the dev URL. Okay. So drop down into fish. We got that. If we log in again, we got that. All right, so it looks like everything worked. No errors, no warnings. It's working on Mac. It's working in ZSH. It's working in POSIX shell. It's working in Bash. All right, I've tried it on fresh accounts a few times now. So this is ready to go. Okay, and that was just a fix. Okay, I'm going to now pull this PR in. Okay, get switch main, get rebase, fix, to load once. Yeah, having thoroughly tested it, I'm ready to bring this in. So do you want to see what was that typo again? Edit? Yeah, okay, that's fine. It was update, and I changed it to edit. That was just white space. No, that was... Alright, show command before running it. Yep. Okay, so I am going to try this on my fresh macOS VM. Which, by the way, if you have not been using UTM, get UTM. If you're doing dev for tools on Mac or Windows, but if you're on Mac and you develop it, what I use this for is I need to get a system installed to the point where it is a fresh, clean system, and then run commands on it and see that they work on the fresh, clean system. Because there's all these little things where you don't realize you did stuff, but you did. So what was I going to do? Was I testing over here? see.
I just know that whatever comes our way,
Ah.
or I feel lost, you'll be there for me, waiting at the lighthouse, and I'll be there for you. I promise.
Uh-oh. I remember what I was going to do. I was going to run Webi Essentials and make sure I didn't break anything. Okay, so that's running, but I'm pretty sure we're good to pull this in. I'm going to go ahead and pull this in. I've tested it multiple times. I've tested it on different systems, Mac, Linux. We don't need to test the POSIX changes on Windows because Windows isn't POSIX. Let me adjust this. I got light shining on me from the window over there. I guess it's time to put the window shade back up on the window. Because the light is starting to come in at angles I don't like it anymore. Oh, I need to go approve my changes to this PR. I'm going to change this. Okay. And then I also offer people lunch. I'm just going to copy my standard lunch message here. Okay. Review changes. Where did my review changes go? There we are. Okay, there we go. Boom. Oh, signed commits. So apparently, okay, get reset. Hold on. Get status. Get reset dash hard head 10. Hold the latest. Get switch to fix whatever it was. All right, get rebase dash I main. And we actually gonna need to go back by say 2. And then we'll take this and put it at the bottom, and then we'll switch it around, and we'll put it at the top. And then this will make sure that everything is signed. So then we get rebase main again. Now everything will be signed. And then I can force push that. Force push that. Then we wait. Yeah, because when I'm working on different systems, only my main computer signs. And so I always have to pull it back over here and get it signed, or otherwise it doesn't get verified. How's it going, everybody? What's up? Okay, so that closes that issue out. Now, in all of the shells, and let me show what the meat and potatoes was here. Let me bring this out if I can. Right here, is this the fish one or is this the SH one? This is the SH one. All right, I'm gonna bring this out and I'll explain this real quick what we did here. P.S. This was the solution I went with. What? No, I just had the thing. I get so used to having copy paste happening automatically. All right. Okay. Hold on. Where did it go? Let me go back to my pull requests. It's so weird to have it red, so I have it on the colorblind profile, which is why this is blue, but I don't know why this is red. That seems like the wrong color. It seems like that should be blue as well, or maybe, I don't know, gray, but red seems wrong for that, but whatever. Okay, let me go back to where this was, and then I'm going to paste it in, and then I'll explain it. Okay, this time I'm actually going to hit copy. And of course, it's going to get all the spacing wrong. Always make sure the files exist so that we can grep without error. Okay. ENV first because we may use it in path, yes. Handle the global exports that persist between processes, such as calling ZSH from bash or bash within bash sh with a sh script from bash. Handle interactive shell variables, aliases, functions separately as separately because they must be loaded for each process. They don't inherit from the parent. Okay. So, boop, 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 boop. There we go. So what this is essentially, what this is basically doing is just what I said. So it makes all of these files so that we can grep them, and it uses -A so that it doesn't change their modification time if which is what touch normally would do. And this is POSIX spec. So touch-A is POSIX spec. So this won't change their modification time. It'll change their access time, which is fine because we're about to access them anyway. So we say if envman load is empty, then we're going to load this, and we're going to load this, and then we're going to export envman load equals loaded. And then we're also going to, so we're guarding these with the global variable, and that persists between processes. So no matter how deep I go, I open up ZSH within fish, within bash, within SH, within fish, within ZSH, the exported top-level environment variables will persist from the parent all the way down as a readable property. Then, function first because we may use it as an alias. Yeah. So then, the interactive shell variable, this, I've called it G as in global. That's kind of a convention in Vim, but I think that we need a convention like that for the POSIX shell. So this is guarding from having functions loaded twice. So if we source .bashrc, or we source .profile from .bashrc, which is a common thing to do, then it will have already set this to loaded within the process. It's not a parent-child relationship when you source, you're just bringing it into the same process. So that will already be loaded. So this will guard against loading them a second time. So that's the solution there. Okay. So with that all said, if I refresh this, there we go. I'll just delete that branch. And let me see if there's any branches that we can clean up here. I think I've made a couple temporary branches recently. So that one was temporary. We can get rid of that one. List releases. That one is currently open. Yeah, let's just go to all branches. It's kind of weird in the overview. It shows you the same branches over and over again. Here's your default branch. Here's your active branches. Here's your other branches. Well, you know, just if the list will fit in a single page, just show me the one. Fix file name again. I don't know what that is. One commit ahead. Oh, right. That one never... Yeah, we can delete this one. That one made it in, but in a weird way. I do remember this one. I think that commits in somewhere else. Okay, now we'll actually go on to the completions. So now that we're an hour in, we'll get to the topic title. But this you know, fingers crossed. It's pretty cut and dry. Famous last words again. Using the colorblind profile is so interesting. I like it. That's why I'm using it. Okay, get switch. What was this one called? I think it's feet shell completions. Get branch. No completions here. Okay. All right, we're gonna get rebase made on this one. Okay, and we're going to push updates to this yet again. And I got to think on it just a little bit. There's a few things that I want to do here. One is going to be to catch the double dash as a special thing. The light. Hold on a second. I'm going to go fix the light. I might fix the window as well. By fix the window, I mean the AC goes in the window, but we don't need the AC anymore because it is definitely winter. I haven't run the AC in about a month. I ran it for like a few hours within the last month-ish. But let's see if I can take, I don't know if I can take that out. Alright, let's see if I can just take this out. Alright, if I fall, there's the ladder breaks. Somebody call 911 for me. Oh. Alright, I'm up. Let's see if I can get this thing. Oh no! That's not good. That's not the sound I want to hear. What's the point of having plastic tabs if using them causes them to break? Hold on. Here. Oh. Okay. I need to put something up over that. Pull this thing out. Pull this out. Okay, this is hardcore in there. Alright, fixing the window so I don't have the glare. That's where I'd run off to. But I also, where's the tape at? Dang it, I should have brought the tape up first. I was thinking I'd be able to take this thing out of the window, but I think I'm going to have to do, what I'm going to have to do instead is tape something over it, because the window's pretty well sealed here. Whatever. I'll just get some more sealed tape. I don't know what to do. How do I get this thing out? How did I get this thing in? Oh. Okay, this apparently this foam was like apply once, forever. I just happen to have a variety of fabrics here. One of these will probably do swimmingly. Nope, that's not gonna work. Coming down soon. I just gotta get this situation figured out with the window. Let's see. Do I have anything else in here that's fit in the window? Ooh. That's not. Alright, I got something maybe. No, that's not gonna work. Alright, for the time being, since the weather's nice right now, I will just throw the curtain back up on the window. And note that I need to put something to insulate the window from the hole left by the AC vent that I can't remove without tearing up all the foam. I'll just tear up the foam. I'll buy new foam come spring or summer. We'll get this worked out that way. I can close this maybe. Oh. This really wasn't planned out with the idea of how am I going to remove all this. Oh, that foam's in there good. Crap. Oh, a little bit in the corner. Close the window all the way. Okay. Well, the good news is the foam's going to insulate it regardless. Ugh. The bad news is that's going to be a beezy to clean up and redo when summer comes again. Okay. Ugh. The foam that's being used to seal the AC is in the window pretty good, and it doesn't pull off. It disintegrates. So I don't actually have the window fully closed. It's just jammed up against the foam that was on the lining of the inside, and yeah, I'll figure it out in the summer when I need to get the AC going again. But now the AC is detached from the window and the shade is on, so I can see without having a reflection coming off of the glossy white of this into my eye. Okay, so completions. We're back on completions. By the way, how's everybody doing? What's up? Who are you folks? Where you come from? Why are you here? Okay. So this one would be to do at a later time. All right, this is opened up. There's only a couple things I feel like we need to do here to get this rolling. Okay, whoops. Oh, that's just bringing hotfix up to date. Gotcha, no problems there. All right, let me just switch into main real quick over here. Switch to hotfix. Whoops. Whoa! Track if the welcome message was already shown. I'm pretty sure that has already been put in. Okay, minor tweaks, parity, functions in the commented sections, rename, white space, word order, those are already in main. So the version that's in main is the correct version. So track if welcome message was already shown, parity. Wait. Minor tweaks, parity, and track if welcome message was already shown. Okay, so all of that is already in there. Okay, good. And then what was the other one that we're just working on here? The completions? Shell completions. Okay. All right, so we've got Webi list, and then I think this one should be function list uncached. Okay. I actually don't want to do this way. And then we're also going to add on to this -H. Do we even... No, we just need help. All right, help. Version -V dash version. So we're gonna seed some completions in here. Okay, list info. What else? Init. So this is the part that I don't know how we do, is how do we show, for example, like init shell info package. I don't know if that stuff actually going to work or not. And that's the one thing I'd like to find out about the completions, is how do we show what comes next? You know, give that example. Say this thing completes with these options or those options. And I actually want this to go down below. Oh, whoopsies. What's this about? It's just the difference of using the single versus the double. If we were to compare this and this, the only difference we should see between the two is single versus double, meaning overwrite versus append. And that's correct. Okay. So this I really do need to work on the dev server, because I need to be able to get the latest and then check it out. And then the version here, my version 1.2. Yeah, we definitely need to make sure the version is changed. Okay, how do we init this? Actually phrase this a little differently. Okay, so yeah, I think the main thing I want to do here is let's pull that out. So let me show where the completions actually happen. Let me make this bigger. All right. Whoa, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's see. Kind of like to move that up to the top, but I won't do that yet. Alright, info, this needs to go out into its own function. Where did the init go? Okay, we need to pull this out into its own function. We probably need more than one function. Shell integration init. Oh, right. We're going to do the eval on this. Okay. Shell integration register. That makes sense. I am on top of the haircut game. That is right. Haircuts every 3 weeks, baby. Haircut or trim. That's the game. I don't feel like the shell integration register should take place no matter what. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Shell integration register. Okay, let me think about this. How do I make the fewest changes? I'm going to go back. I'm going to go back. In fact, I think I'm just going to throw all this away. Okay. So I'm going to make the minimal change set that I can, because I'm just going to fold this into his commit as if he did it. Just so that it's easier to do the diff on the changes that I'm actually making. Alright, so we're doing it so that that can have an eval. So I think we stole this from PyEnv. If we look at the issue here. By the way, what's up, David? How you doing? If we look at the issue for shell completions, that red is throwing me off. This harkens back to 698. Let's see. Number 698. There we go. So this is what it looks like for PyEnv. I don't know if that's what we're going to be doing. Okay. Alright, those are now done. Okay, tracking here. Alright, so our completions are a little different, but similar idea. Things are going good. I'm trying to finish this up, and then I'm going to move on to my regular work for the day. Or what should be my regular work each day. Yeah, that's... When has it not worked well? One thing I'd like to know how it's done is the Pi ENV is able to use, I don't know what it uses. It's able to determine by way of magic which shell it's integrating with. I'm gonna go see how it does it real quick. How does the init command work? And Pi in ENV init. This is Pi ENV. I'm very confused. I'm very, very confused. INV root. I don't know. I don't know how it does it. All right, well, we don't need to do it the way they do it. We're going to do it the way that we're doing it. But I do want to move this out somehow. So ideally, Me. Okay, I guess if we're going to do the minimum, I think this should work along on that. Okay, I think that's the bare minimum that keeps his change that works. All right, we're gonna go back on this. This is what we're gonna do. All right, I'm gonna go back here and I'm gonna edit his, and we're just gonna take this whole thing and we're gonna move it out. And we know there's going to be at least one. Moved out. That moved out. Okay, got it. That's good. That's good. I think if we just do this... Actually, wait, what was it? Okay. I started to say something, and then I didn't finish what I was saying. But I think that this will be good enough. I can test this, and we can push this out as an initial version, and it's going to, at worst, be fine. It's not actually going to activate for anyone by default. Okay. So this one... I kind of want to remove that. All of that's added. And that should work the same. Okay. Yeah, so I just put his changes in a place where I can more easily edit them in the future. And, you know, better see a diff against them since they're going to have to get pulled out anyway. This makes it easier to turn it into a simpler case. Could just call that Webi init. That might not be a bad name for it. In fact, I think we probably ought to call it that. Maybe Webi shell init. I don't really like calling it init, but we'll see. All right. Webi integrate, maybe? Webi shell init. I'm not going to call it Webi init as a function because I feel like there's a lot of other stuff that deserves to be under the name Webi init. Things that are non-optional things. So this would be interactive. I don't know if I'd want it to even be that per se. Webi interactive. Like this can kind of, well, we'll see. We'll see where this goes. What was it griping about now? How's it going, everybody? Sup, y'all? Okay, I'm gonna go test this. Okay, so let me go over to my new, or my pretend new, my new as it's going to get, Mac OS VM. Muting. I guess technically unmuted, but tomato, potato. So I'm going to run export Webi host equals https next.webinstall.dev, and then if I just run Webi, it should update Webi. All right, and now I should be able to do Webi init, and it probably should at least print out okay or something. Now I'm going to open up a new terminal with ZSH, and it says command not found compdef. All right. Okay, so it looks like it worked for Bash. I'm going to check to see if it worked for Fish, but it didn't work for ZSH. ZSH says compdef is not defined, which I saw this before, and then it went away. I'm not muted. I wasn't muted. Thank you for letting me know I was muted, but I hit the mute button and it muted me. Yeah, I've got my macOS is on UTM. I said I'm muting the button again, and I said I'm unmuting. So I should not have been muted. I just muted to type my password. But anyway, I'm getting an error that compdef is not defined. This is ZSH. Okay. Auto load UZ. Hmm. Yeah. Huh. So maybe I just run autoload uz comp init and then comp init. Will that break anything for people that are using my ZSH? All right, yeah, the completions are working everything except for ZSH. Okay, export Webi host equals next.webinstall.dev. Webi. Okay, now it looks like it works. Okay, so the question is, will this break anything if we do it twice? And my hope is no. My hope is that that doesn't break anything. So maybe we could do this. Okay, opening up a new one. That did not work. Okay. This should work, right? Because it worked when I just did it like this. Okay. Or it didn't. Does this not need quotes around it? Whoa. Oh. You heard the unmuting. Okay. Wait, but did you, but I was speaking and you could have heard me speaking. Right? Okay. That complicates things, assuming the SO post is accurate. Pretty sure Autoload UZ component is going to kick off a wizard. No, that's comp install. Just manually run those commands, and on my ZSH enabled ZSH sessions with seemingly no ill side effects, those commands need to be run every time for completion to work. Right. Okay. So... Okay, I think the problem that I was just having just now is that I had the wrong version of Webi, maybe? Okay. Alright, so I'm getting out of there. Okay, it looks like it's working now. So I'm going to go ahead. Ah, Humbard! Okay, I think that's the important part right there. I'm gonna go ahead and do this too. No, I'm not. Alright, I'm going to put the white space changes in retroactively. I don't know why this is griping at me. Is this not exactly the same? Did I change something else in there? Oh, I did. I think I did. Hold on. Webi list. I don't know, actually. I don't know what else. Okay, let's just say that I apply the white space changes. And then I get rid of this. So if there was any change in there, I would have captured it. I'll do the same with this one. Because I can't see what the change is. But... Oh! Do I see what the change is? I see what the change is. Hold on. I see what I did. Hold on. I'm going to go apply it here instead. Serious about my spaces, y'all. Alright. Alright, now I know exactly what's going on here. So we need to get rid of the original. And then we just need to re-indent these. And do this the same in any place. So we're going to delete that. And then we should be able to very easily see what the differences were. Because I changed the options. So that it would keep the right format even when I change other stuff later on. So now if we look at this, there we go. We see just the changes. Okay, let me check comments over here. All right. All right, so I think that we've got this fixed now. The main thing is it shouldn't break anything because we didn't make any changes that are automatic. So nothing should break. What's up, Honene? I don't know what that means.
The speaker.
Oh.
Baby.
Oh, okay.
I don't is in bed, but
All right. Got it.
thank you. It is a phone.
Okay. All right. So, primary objective, nothing should break. New features cannot work, but existing features should not break. That's core. Okay, but before we get this, I do want to separate these things a little bit more. So I would do fn shell integration integrate. And I'm going to break this down a little bit more. So this should be... This is what I've figured out for the bash RC. We should test if touch-a bash RC before we grep, because that would happen anyway. Then grep-q, the thing we want to grep. If not, then we put all the stuff. So we want to make sure that we actually... So I kind of want to do... break this down, shell integrate bash. And then the nice thing about that is then we get to do early returns. And I kind of think maybe the right approach will be... So if not this, and not return 0. Maybe the right approach with ZSH is just to assume if ZSH is present that we should use it. All right, if not... Oh, yeah. Edit.bash rc to add We don't have the colors yet in this file, do we? No, we don't. I don't want to add them right now. So we'll fix that later. Oh, this is the first line of defense on both of these. If the command doesn't exist, forget about it. And then we can do similar. If we don't have a ZSHRC, and we don't have ZSH sessions, okay, because even if, let's close out everything here, close out all those, and then we're going to change our default shell over in my virtual machine. We're going to change the default shell to be okay. ZSH sessions. Okay. So that will exist even if ZSH isn't running. So pretty much if there's not ZSH sessions, then ZSH has never been run. Okay. Okay, what's all this? Shell integrate bash. This is going to be shell integrate ZSH. Okay, and then we throw this one on top. ZSHRC to add eval Webi init ZSH. Okay. And then we'll do the same thing with the fishy one. And fish by default has no config, but if fish is installed, it's definitely being used. So again, with the early returns, the touchy, early return, there we go. And then generated by Webi. Do not edit. All right, let's go back through these real quick and make sure that they're all correct. We might be able to get rid of shell integrate entirely and just run these each in turn. That seems reasonable. Not only that, but I can just run it regardless. Alright, so if there's no bash, return. If there's no bash RC and no bash history, return. Otherwise, make sure that bash RC exists, but don't change the modification time because we're not necessarily modifying it. We're just checking it. Then look for Webi init. If it's there, return. Otherwise, we're going to print the edit message and do the edit. Same thing here. Not ZSH, return. Not any of the ZSH files, return. Otherwise, ensure that it's there. Check if the stuff is there. If it's already there, return. Then say that we're editing it and do the edit. If fish is not there, return. Otherwise, make the fish directory. And if the init is not in the fish directory, then return. Then edit. The file to generate the thing. Okay, good. All right, so that's all good. And then the other thing that I might want to do out of this is to say shell init bash, and then we'll just copy this. And that will be our shell init bash. And then we'll just plot that out. Whoops. Right. And then, yeah, it would be nice if we could just get that out of the string entirely, but I think this is what this is going to be. This will be shell init ZSH. I don't think we need that anymore. Okay. And then lastly will be our then shall init fish. That will all come right there. Actually, we... Let me think about this. The integration... So the integration we actually want to force if... So all of these we want to be able to skip over the checks. Up to the touch. All right, let me think about this. Okay. So we always want to run the integration, but we want to force the integration. In these specific cases, and we also need to make sure that we echo the edit to the debug output. So there should be no output from any of this, except for yeah, this should be the only output. And I'm starting to get onto team on POSIX systems. You should only ever print user output to standard error. I'm getting on that team because it makes the scripting so much easier, because you know that you're only outputting things you expect other programs to consume on standard out. So standard error just becomes debug. And you can probably tickle that in certain ways later, but all the greps are -q. Okay, so all right, let's see how this works then. Let's go back to our system over here where I roughed all the things. All right, and then I'm going to log in. And then I'm going to curl. Well, first, I need to export Webi host equals HTTPS next.webinstall.dev. And I actually want to put that into .profile. And let's say I want to get JQ. All right. So Webi, no auto completions. So I want to say init. Not really much to do there. Oh, whoops. There we go. Let's do Webi here. Webi init? No. Oh, sorry. Is it a serious error to have Webi init twice in bash RC? I'm asking because you're checking for single space init, but someone could have written space init or tab init, blah, blah, blah. The grep will also catch Webi init and a comment. Yeah, so it's the comment bit is actually intentional. If somebody's commented it out, then they've elected, I don't want this. So that we don't want to re-add it. If they've commented it out, they've elected to do that. Likewise, it says generated by, do not edit. So we could put space and a tab matcher on that. But I don't feel like it's tomato, potato. But yes, we certainly could do... Would it be this? Because that's in single quotes. And we could do plus, which then I think we have to escape that like that. But I don't want to do it. It's just... Yeah, somebody could do it, but it would be wrong. You put spaces between arguments. You don't put double spaces. You don't put tabs. That's just not how it works. So it's meant to be generated. It's meant to not be edited. Would it be a serious error? No. It would just run the thing twice. It should be fine. So I'm a little confused here because it looks like it did create the fish config. I also think we ought to change it from envmin to I don't know. I don't like it sounding like there's some... It sounds bigger than it is. It's just... It sources stuff from a directory in a guaranteed way that works. There's not a tool. It's just a pattern. Anyway. All right, I'm a little confused because I did not see the output. Q. So why are we not seeing this output? Wonder if there's something strange going on with this system where standard error just doesn't function the way that I would expect it to. Am I on my local system, thinking that I'm on the remote? That's what it is. That's what it is. Gets you every time. Every time. All right, now let's run this again. And we should see updating Webi. Good. Installing JQ. All right, so
I just know that whatever comes our way, whenever I feel lost, you'll be there for me, waiting at the lighthouse. And I'll be there for you. I promise.
don't know that the command form is the right form to take on this. I wanted to make it shorter so most things fit on the screen, but I can see how that will get confusing. Regardless, I think this is done now. Okay, so it is definitely more verbose now, but my hope is that it's also much more readable now. So we're going to do the integration regardless. I'll go to all those later. All right, update the completions now. Sure. All right, I am all but certain that everything is good now. So we're going to do some rum rough. We're going to do some login. We're going to do some things that are back. Oh no, my history's gone. Okay. Okay. All right, let's see what all's happening here. Downloading JQ, moving JQ, initializing, config envmin, edit profile, create, edit, fish, source, whatever, great. And then go out, go back in. We get completion on Webi, but we don't get completion on what it can do. We do Webi init. All right. That's what it found. We can do init bash, and we can force it. Yep. Okay, now we forced bash, even though it wasn't going to do it otherwise. I'm going to get rid of that. Go into fish. Webi, iTerm 2 colors. Woo! Ho-ho! All right. And I think that's a wrap. Wait. Where's Webi Essentials? Oh, that hasn't made it into the list yet because that isn't live yet. That's going to go live with the rest of this. Okay, that's fine. All right. So Webi Essentials. Use suitor for the following. Oh, whoops. And we have a little tiny misspelling. Okay, so, and the answer is yes. I don't know my sudo password. I don't think there was. I don't think. Here, let's go back. There we go. I don't have a password. Let's see. There we go. Boom. All right, coolie. So that one's working. Oh, I need to finish reviewing this. We got a Brazilian changes here. Okay, let me, before I sign off on this, let me go test it on macOS again. Hitting mute. Doing the unmute thing. Double checking that the light changed. Okay, so Webi init. Webi essential. No, what? I'm a little confused. Webi init didn't do anything. Let me see if it had already done something before. Fish config.fish Webi init fish source. Okay, it seems like that should work then, right? Okay. Oh, it's working. Okay. Boom! All right, cool. I did that in the other window. All right, it's working on Mac, working in Fish. It's working in ZSH. It's working in a fresh ZSH. Let's see. All right, it's working over here. Oh, didn't actually want to change that one, I don't think. There we go. Let's try that again. Excellent. Okay, it's looking good everywhere that I'm trying it. All right, it's looking good on Linux. I didn't try on normal Linux, but if it's working on Alpine, I don't have any concerns about it working on Ubuntu. All right. I think that init should not be there. I can change that later, though. I'm not documenting that. I just happen to have it there for my own use. Okay. Webi shell init. This is kind of weird. Oh, because that whole block moved. This would be a lot easier to see. Okay, so basically what we want is from this one to... Okay, move Webi info to its own function. I actually want to this is going to screw things up again, but it's okay. This one comes after cached. Comes before main. Okay. So we're just going to do this. We're going to go to this one. Right here. And then we're going to go down here. And then we're going to go for -- info. I know why this was a problem. I know why it was a problem. Okay. And I know how I'll fix it in a bit. And let me still make sure the Webi info command still works here. Info JQ. Yeah, okay, good. Just like I thought. I think it's going to be fine there. Okay, so... It does confuse me so much sometimes. It seems like Git should be more, I guess, function aware. I guess that's not its job, but we should have a differ. We should have a Git differ that's just function aware in a bunch of different languages. So when you insert a whole function, It says, oh, this is a whole function. We're going to insert it above, or we can insert it below. We're going to insert it in a place. We probably could have moved a lot of that over too. Have you looked at Difftastic? I have not. All right, so okay, I want to figure out how to make this read easier. Okay, let's take a look at this again. And I basically want to try to isolate it from I could have sworn I just did this. All right, move Webi info to its own function. I'm so confused right now. I'm going to fix it all up, though. Don't worry. Okay, Webi info moved out to its own function. Oh no! This makes it all terrible. How do I view the current file? Like view file. There we go. All right, shell init. Oh, I need to look back a few versions. Hold on. Oh, this is the PETA stuff. I will have to check out that Difftastic thing. Okay, so shell init. List format of this may change, I think. But that's kind of fair to keep there, but we'll see. Maybe shell init. Maybe info. That looks good. Alright, now let's see if there's been any change to the Webi info command. No, there hasn't been. Okay, great. No! Oh, crap. Okay. Okay, so now let's take a look at this again. That's what I wanted. I just wanted to move that up so we could look from basically from here. I want to be able to do the compare and say, let's see, how do we do this? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then get log. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, there we go. But I would like, if I could get that list to move out too, then this would be a much simpler thing to look at. So if I could have moved that to, there's all the shell init stuff, probably right before the shell init stuff. I could have the Webi list. Nah, we're not going to do that. Too complicated. All right, cool. This is good enough. This is clean enough. This gives you a good picture of what's going on. Okay, good. That's what I wanted to be able to see, was just to be able to diff it in a more reasonable way. That's been done. Yeah, because that looks... This is confusing to compare them side by side because there's too much stuff in here. But I'm just going to pull it through anyway. This is what we're actually looking at. We got rid of the list. We replaced it with Webi list. We added Webi shell init. We've got all this shell init stuff. There's Webi list. Okay. So when you look at it that way, this is really, really simple to look at. And I think another thing that I ought to do is do the comparison between here and here. So I just want to have that. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And what this would become then would be this to that. All right, nice and boring. So if we look at the cleanup refactor, this is understandable in its own right. And actually, we would have had to look at this from one commit prior. So we'd have to look at this from, well, from main. That's what we'd have to look at it from. So let's do that instead. Let's just take a peek at this from main. Because there's, I think, one or two other things in there. Oh yeah, so super, super, super simple. All right, look at it from that direction. Super, super, super simple. All right. All right, there we go. So now Kachauza! Okay, so switch to main, switch to hotfix, rebase hotfix on main. Okay, we've got nothing in hotfix currently. Great. Yeah, so then load envs exactly once. I think that we can get rid of that. Webi init options, shell completions, options to install from package manager over and over again. Then we can drop all this. Oh, no. Fish and git stay. Okay. But all this stuff has been done. I'm going to save it just in case. Okay, well, I'm going to do one last round of testing here. Let me rumruff my Bash RC and ZSH RC and all the RCRCs. All right. Okay. Close out the terminal, open up new terminal, open up other new terminal. I'm going to test it from ZSH first because that's how most people are going to come into it. Next.webinstall.dev / let's do JQ. All right, JQ is loaded. Webi init. Oh. Interesting. Okay. So there is... Well, I mean, this is kind of a niche case here. But there is the issue of I can get into a configuration where it doesn't self-correct on having an adjusted path. Just noting that. Interesting. Okay, so all right, good. So it is possible to get into a state where it does not where it thinks it's configured and it isn't by deleting, my ZSHRC and a bunch of other stuff, but that's I think that's acceptable. At least for now. Okay, and then doing Webi init over here. Closing it out. Excellent, working. Okay, so last test over here, and then we're going to bring this stuff over into prod. Where was the last time I did a curl here? I'll just copy this one. Cool. All right, good. To prod we go. Okay, now I can get rid of that. All right, we can get rid of that. Oh, you know what? I actually don't know what that was before. Let's see on my local system. What does Webi version say? Yeah, we definitely need to bump the version. All right, and then I'm off to do some other work. I think we need to consider the collection of Webi scripts in tandem, the version. I'm going to call it 1.2.7 because why not? David, are you still around? I could use a quick review on the version bump. You know what? Let me do a compare on this. Could we just look at a single file on this? Yes. Oh. I'm going to go ahead and call that a hotfix because if there's something wrong, it'll be important to know that it's this version. I got to make some sort of process so I do that regularly. Okay. So now it's time to close out a bunch of shells. Let's see, where are all my shells at? My terminals. Okay, those ones we don't need. This one looks like I can disconnect from. This one stays. This one stays. Okay, I think I'm kind of down to where I ought to be. Alright, so I'm going to rough those. Get back in here. Webi.sh. Alright, we grabbed Webi. We'll do our requisite copy paste. We'll do Webi init. We'll go into fish. We'll do Webi JQ. We'll do Webi something else. The aliasman. That took a really long time. Oh, yeah, that's going to be fixed. I know what that is. Yeah, I don't think in the last several PRs we've made any changes to any changes that are necessary on the back end. Yep. Oh. Now, let's take a quick look at Difftastic before we end here. Structural diff, that's what I'm talking about right there, baby. Can we use this with Git? It's Difftastic. Really? Ada? That's interesting. Do we have POSIX shell? If it understands bash, that should be good enough. Oh, nice. Zig. Zig is in here. Alright, how do we use Difftastic? Usage with Git. Alright, well, I've been using Delta, but maybe I need to switch to Difftastic. Do we have releases? We've got releases. And we've got Apple and Linux and Windows. Look at that. Sweet. It's Difftastic. It's kind of fun. Let's watch the 1-minute demo. All right, let me give it a try. Darwin. And I'm guessing I can just replace delta with dift. And that will do the business. I might have some credentials in my git config. Let me put that on the other screen. Just pull up another screen to check this out. This is going to be one of those things where I wish I'd done it years ago, isn't it? All right, delta, dift. All right. This could make my life way better. So, is it going to help with the actual resolution? Because syntax highlighting is one thing, which is great. Well, let's say I wanted to move something out of order here. Okay, let's say that I wanted to move this to last, because it's really unrelated. It seems like that worked better. Okay, that seemed like that was a heck of a lot better. I don't know if it's just because of the way I had already cleaned stuff up before, but we'll run with this for a little bit and see how it does for us. That looks way cleaner. I'm not sure if it's actually... let me switch back to Delta. All right, let's just see if it's actually Difftastic doing something. All right. Hard to say because this looks the same to me. All right. Well, I'm just gonna have to leave it on, and then we'll see what happens. I'm checking out Difftastic. Somebody just mentioned it, and I was using Delta, and Difftastic is supposed to help with being able to at least show diffs, but hopefully actually be used by Git as well. Let's see. Git config tool, diff tool. Okay. Interesting. Learning. All right, let me go back here. I'm just getting rid of Delta out of my config. Let's see, I do not have any credentials in my Git config, so I can show that here. Okay. Hmm. I'm really not sure what to make of all this yet, but we'll try it out. See what happens. Let's take a quick look at that. So I just, pick something at random. Okay, it's nice that I was able to figure some of that out. Okay. Yeah, it seems like it's keeping better track of which functions or like blocks. It's keeping better track of blocks. Okay, let's just look at, say, the last 3. Oh, and hello again, Super Stay Up. I didn't read your name before. But I know you. Alright. Let me see if JoJo's on. Whoever gets there first. And if I use Diftastic, I will put it on Webi. As with all things. All right. Do I know any hobby programmers? People who only code as a hobby and do not code professionally? I don't think I know anybody who codes as a hobby that doesn't also code professionally. All right. Okay, so now I think I'm going to put Webi on pause for a little bit. The one other big commit I would love to get through is this 100% classification, but I think I need a few days off. Okay. Okay, a few things. We're gonna leave that one open from last year. Okay. An interest in computer science is supposed to come with the good sense to collect a paycheck for your work then. Well, there's an interest in computer science. There's there's computer science. There's software engineering, and then there's, just dinking around with scripts. But if you like code, there's just not many other places where you'll make more money more easily, where people will treat you like a magician who casts incantations and just pay you regardless of whether or not the output you produce is actually that valuable. Logic is considered to be a black box, so anyone who can wield it is just better than other people. I don't make the rules, I just collect the money. I think that is kind of the thing, is the less someone understands something, because there's not really a lot of difference between being a great mechanic and being a great programmer. A great mechanic has to logically diagnose a system within a universe of problems and has to be able to come up with a correct result, right? There's a lot of bad mechanics, there's a lot of bad programmers, but the ideal would be that the person logically analyzes the situation and then triages through some set of rules to then produce the result. And that's what programming is. But people think of mechanics as, oh, you get your hands dirty. And mechanics, they can make good money. They could make as good money as programmers, I guess. But it's like, mechanics are more like a consultancy, where the consultancy charges the great price and the people who work there may or may not get it. But yeah, I think that's kind of, I know there are people that drop comments who are just hobbyist programmers. Some people who don't feel confident enough that they could get work in the real world, probably because they don't know how bad the real world is. Let's see. Hold on a second. just a second while I check out some stuff. I'm going to have to go here in a moment anyway. Oh. Alright, good. Is there any more of these we can close out? Some documentation updates. Okay. Yeah. So, same haircut. Just done over. Yeah, so we can expect that every 9 weeks this is going to happen. I'm gonna over the next year, I'm gonna hone in on that process. I'm gonna go to the haircut place every 3 weeks because they offer a free trim, so you can get your sideburns, your neckline, and then around the ears trimmed for free. So I'm going to go for the free trim every 3 weeks. And then if it's a week that I need a haircut, then I'll get the haircut instead of just the free trim. That's how we're going to do it. How's it going, blah? Okay, so... Oh, I think I need to take a break, and then when I come back, I'm going to be working on the actual paid work. Not this Webi nonsense. But now Webi's in a good place. Let's see. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get around. There's a few other things I'd like to do. Oh, Webi. What's Webi? Webinstall.dev. How to install your developer tools. So it is literally the fastest way to install basically anything that you use as a developer on a daily basis. So you want to install Node? Webi.sh/Node. Boom. And then you get the latest version of Node. Well, that one wasn't quite fair because it didn't download, didn't have to download anything. But let's do maybe Node at 8. Let's do something where it'll have to download just so you can see. Okay? So, and it's done. Oh, it still didn't have to download. Okay, let me get rid of the whatever. It doesn't matter. You get the point though. It's very, very fast because there's no package manager, there's no package registry, there's no it's a shell script that every time, and you can use it like this too. So, you know, let's say, you know, we're gonna get a few things. Boom, 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 done. So there's no faster way to install stuff. It gets it directly from the official source. So for a lot of things, that's GitHub. Node has its own place where they store their releases. Zig has its own place to store releases. So it goes out and it fetches it from whatever the official source is. So you're not getting modified builds, you're not getting custom compiles or whatever. It's the real deal, the normal thing. It installs it in a conflict-free way, so it goes into local opt, for example, and that's where it shows you here where the things are linked to. So it's conflict-free. It happens to switch versions just because the versioning system is symlink, so just rewrites it makes a new symlink when you switch a version to something. And there's no sudo. And what it's doing is it's just detecting. It downloads a shell script that detects what your system is like. So you're on Darwin ARM64 with libc and curl. And so from that, it's going to figure out, how do I download the thing? And that takes fractions of a fraction of a second. And then it goes and downloads the thing, and then it extracts it and it does the symlink. So if it sounds like you haven't been using it, you should use it. I mean, you will find pretty quickly that it's the best way out there. And now we just added, we do Webi init, and then I can close out and reopen my terminal here. So now we have completions. So if you want to see all the stuff that's available on Webi, that's it. I'm actually kind of surprised. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so you can see. These are all the things that are available to install. Yep. Well, it's pretty easy to add stuff. The hardest part is coming up with a cheat sheet. So everything has a cheat sheet as well. So if you look on, for example, the Node cheat sheet, it says, okay, first of all, here are the files. Actually, the file section is being moved down one so that when you're at the top of the fold, you don't just see files, but you see the word cheat sheet. So that's going to get moved around, and that has to happen, a lot of places. But here's the hello world. Here's how you install the linter. Here's how you do your prettier config. Here's how you do a simple web server. Here's how you generate a secure random key, which is something that I use Node for all the time. Here's a simple, so there's just lots of stuff. Here's how you serve it with Caddy. Here's, so basically anything that you need to do to get started. Oh, and then there's workflow information as well. So here's how you set up your Git CI workflow with it. It depends on which thing you look at. And certainly the style isn't that great. But Ryan, who started this, just hasn't had time to... He's the one who did the website. Ryan did the website. And he's made a few edits here and there, but he just hasn't had time to dive deeper and to get some of the other niceties implemented. But yeah, this is kind of, it's more like a DevOps hints for a lot of these things. It's how do you, where do the files go and how do you run it on your system? A lot of the things that are not necessarily in the README of the project. Some of them are, it's more condensed. Some of them are copied from the project, but most of it is very targeted of, here's the things that you'll need to, or you might want to do. So I don't know. I have not heard of DevDocs. I have used DevHints. I like how pretty their stuff is. But yeah, and the homepage is not all the tools. It's just the ones that are highlighted. It's most of them, but there are a few that are held back. But that's the hardest part, because most of the things are hosted on GitHub, so most of it is a pretty simple copy paste from one to the next. So if you look at the difference between, let's take bat. So if we look at the install file for bat, it's this is it. So the the selecting what to download and extracting it is just part of Webi. And then once it's extracted, then there's the question of, okay, what is the name of the thing that's inside what's extracted and where does it go? So, and is there anything else that needs to be touched or whatever? So that's, this is, and most of them look pretty similar to this. It's just the name of the thing is different, and whether it's in a subdirectory or not, and whether it needs to move into an opt folder or not. If we look at one that was done recently, Crabs was done recently. It's a zip thing written in Rust. This one's a little bit more explicit with what the variables are, because the variables can be detected, and I regret that decision. At some point in 2024, I am going to get all of these to essentially be auto-generated. And then just have things that can't be auto-generated tacked on to the end. But I'll basically go through, have everything auto-generated, and then I'll go in and there'll be stuff like this, where I update that. The install will be able to be auto-generated as well, because there's a heuristic that we can say, okay, how many levels deep is the file? Is it, as soon as you extract it, the binary's right there? Is the binary in a subfolder? Is the binary in a bin folder? Whatever. So that will, I think, and then we'll be able to add things very, very quickly. There's another 50 tools that I could get the installer for done in an automated fashion, essentially. Just heuristically looking at the stuff. But then the cheat sheets are really important to me, because if it's not important enough to have a cheat sheet, I don't know if it's important enough to be on Webi. There's a lot of interesting stuff on here, and the list, it groweth longer. Yeah, this is probably different from what dev hints. I'm wondering if you're saying actually quite a bit more in terms of it's more fleshed out than dev hints. For things, so Webi is about installing stuff. So a lot of the cheat sheets are about how do you use it once it's installed as kind of a getting started. So it's not really, some of it is reference material. So for example, Caddy is very, very, very fleshed out. Very fleshed out. Because I use Caddy all the time, and basically everything I use Caddy for is in here. Some of the other stuff is a lot simpler. You know, this one, there's not really a whole ton to it. But they all have sections that are basically keywords. Here's how to do X. I've got more documentation than the defense site does. I find that hard to believe. I don't know. It looks like they've got a few hundred things there. Oh, I see. There's a lot of stuff that has no info in it. Yeah. Okay. Well, the layout's really nice, and it's, I think it's a good quick reference for syntax stuff. That's what I've used it for. Let's look at JQ. JQ needs a lot. What? Is there no JQ? What? Okay, yeah. Yeah, JQ's not on here. Well, I mean, it looks like this is... I like what he's doing here. This is a modest collection of cheat sheets I've written, so it's his stuff. These are his hints for what he uses, so that's cool. Yeah, I think that it's different. But there's a lot of similarities. He's got a little request cheat sheet button, we've got a request installer button, so on and so forth. Alright, but anyway, it is time for me to get going. It's past time for me to get going. The next few days, I need to just work on work stuff and not work on Webi. But I feel like I'm finally at a good point where I can relax about that. Because the other stuff that I could do, it's either minor refinements, not a big deal, or it's, yeah, I just need a break from it, or it's things that are going to require a lot of work still. This one is going to take a few more days, I think. I could be wrong. But one of the problems is I cannot find... I thought we were storing information about the user agent strings when something's downloaded, but I can't find it. I don't know what the stats are tracking, but they don't seem to be tracking what I thought they were. So... that I've got one part of it is 100% done, and maybe I should, pull that in and close it out. But there's two complementary parts. I have to detect the packages 100% correctly. That's done. So out of 26,000 release files, there are no uncategorized release files or release files with unknown terms. Everything has been identified. And then as we go forward, every time we add something new, we'll just rerun the package linter tool to make sure that there's nothing new that's not understood. And then the other side of it is from the user agent strings that have information about the CPU architecture, particularly on ARM and the Raspberry Pis is where it's a real pain in the butt. We have to then match the two up and say, okay, you're on an ARM 7. We have a binary for an ARM 6 HF. So if your user agent string is ARM 7, what should we try? We probably shouldn't try ARM 7A because we're not sure that you have an ARM 7A. So ARM 7A would go towards the bottom of the list. Like we would try ARM 6 first and then ARM 7A if there's not an ARM 6 or something like that. So the order is not intuitive of which should be selected on ARM 6 and 7. And ARM 64, because ARM 64 can run ARM 7, but ARM 7 can also run ARM 64 sometimes, because sometimes an ARM 7 is actually an ARM 64 and it's just being reported as an ARM 7, because uname goes off of what version of operating system you installed, not what CPU is actually on the computer. And so the current classification system works by a miracle, and we need to make it, instead of working by miracle, work by science. So that one needs more time, because it's completely done on the one side, but we need to get it done on the other side and then figure out what the waterfall looks like. But there's only so many different ARM architectures. There's maybe a dozen of them. And so for every single one of them, we need to figure out what that waterfall is. But once we've designed the waterfall, then it will be perfectly correct 100% of the time, in as much as the reporting of what the architecture is correct, which is not likely to be correct. So we kind of have to say, yeah, we just have to figure out what those tiers are, and then try to say, based on this CPU, if this is available, we'll install it. Next, if this is available, we'll install it. And then whatever the first thing it hits is the one that has to be the most likely. What's up, sweetie? You know, I think we could. I actually need a break, so I think we could. All right. Well, I'm gonna go. Thanks for tuning. Oh, and I will do us a Twitch raid here real quick, and I'll catch y'all later. Let's see. Hey, let's raid the Prime.
I figured out what game we would play together. We're gonna play Jumping Mario.
Okay.
Because I played 3D Mario a lot of
All right.
this time.
Adios.